What does that look like on the... Channel should be showing that we're live right now. Channel should be showing that we're live right now. Cool. I don't want to get feedback, but that's awesome. We got a lurker in chat. What's up? I'm just finishing up setting up stream. Be good to go now, I think. Could reorder these. That'd be perfect. Look like I can at the moment. But we got both streams going, which is great. So I'll take the win where I can get it. Yeah, so I guess we can just give a teaser here. Let's see. We're going to start getting into some of the material here. We got Milo Yiannopoulos, who is a far-right activist. He used to write for Breitbart. He supported PDFs and said that like 13-year-olds are okay with having relationships with adults and that's fine. And so he was picked up by ICE, and it's a classic case of, I voted for the leopards eating my face party, and yet I didn't expect the leopards to eat my face. So that's happening. We're looking at the demands that Trump actually put on Canada, which are insane. It's no wonder they didn't accept our tariffs and they're instead counter-tariffing us. And then the effects of those counter-tariffs, we're going to look at that a little bit later, as well as the nearly 30,000 pounds of beef from Argentina that were pushed through the USDA without USDA inspection. And then later, we're going to talk about Abdul al-Sayed and John Ossoff condemning Hassan and the political implications of that, as well as like Hassan's comments, what happened with all that. And then lastly, or maybe in the middle somewhere, I'm going to throw in Trump is heading to Texas to help support Ken Paxton's campaign. So, ironically enough, everyone we talk about in the Republican Party, Milo Yiannopoulos, Trump, and Ken Paxton, all in some way have either defended pedophilia or likely committed pedophilia themselves. Like Milo Yiannopoulos did it with his words when he was talking about 13-year-olds having healthy relationships with adults and then having to walk that back and saying it was personal trauma. And then Trump, obviously, with the Epstein files and his own proclivity towards young women that's been extensively written about and discussed and everything. And then you have Ken Paxton, who famously let a PDF off with like a couple days in jail, I believe it was, something like that. And then pardoned him so that he could get out without having to face any actual consequences. And so, yeah, that's kind of the lineup for today. And then we'll probably get into some gaming. I'm going to look at playing maybe some Mafia or something like that. I just got the definitive edition. I've been playing it a bit. So we'll probably jump into that afterwards. Or we might hit up the Jubilees 20v1 for Tim Pool. It was kind of interesting. At one point he walked off and then came back, I guess, because they have a full like 2-hour video for it. But we might get into some of that later, depending. I've been putting that off because I know it's going to be a long video. If it's an hour and a half and then I'm putting commentary on top of it, we're talking about at least 2 hours, if not longer. Probably 3. And I'm not quite ready for that, probably. So anyway, yeah. If you're here and you like the stream, go ahead and leave a chat, leave a comment, drop a subscription if you really like it. But thank you so much for your time, and let's dive on in. Let's see. Do we want to hit up? Yeah, let's do the Milo story first. This will be an interesting one. Far-right influencers are having a really bad week. First of all, Lang got jumped by Spider-Man at a protest in Minneapolis. And then Milo Yiannopoulos, famous for defending 13-year-olds having adults or relationships with adults, got picked up by ICE and detained. He's a libertarian, a far-right activist, and just all around not a great guy. He used to write for Breitbart, just so people have full context on this. And then he also advocated for, he took from Curtis Yarvin, who's a neo-Nazi blogger, and directly was pumping that stuff out on Breitbart. Surprise, surprise. The far-right rag is taking neo-Nazi propaganda talking points and just whitewashing them. So that's why you always want to be careful of where you get your news from. You want to make sure you're checking it, making sure you have a critical lens, because sometimes, kind of like with the, oh my God, what was his name? Governor of Florida. FL governor. Oh, thank you. Ron DeSantis. Having that neo-Nazi on his staff that was pumping out a bunch of videos and stuff. You just get people who just launder their ideas and try and make them more palatable because they're not labeled as a neo-Nazi because they haven't outright said it, but then they'll take the exact same talking points and just whitewash them basically. But Yiannopoulos got a lot of prominence during Gamergate for just basically saying that like anything women do sucks and anything men do is great. No critical analysis from these people. I mean, their heads are empty. You know, we're not dealing with the smartest class of people when we're talking about this. But you may remember him from being in the news more recently when he was helping set up that dinner between Nick Fuentes and Trump and Kanye West, and like him and Kanye and Nick Fuentes, who is an out and about neo-Nazi, we're all walking around together, having a good time. This was when they were taking advantage of the fact that Yeez was having a complete mental breakdown and was just saying like, yeah, Hitler's great. Everything's great. So that's the kind of guy that this person is. He'll take advantage of somebody having essentially like off their meds, like schizo posting, and will instead just use them to bolster their own disgusting political talking points. So not the greatest guy, not a lot of sympathy coming from my end for this guy getting picked up, especially because he advocated for all these policies. He advocated for ICE to be unbound by the Constitution so that they could do things like this and pick up even U.S. citizens, let alone the fact that they can't detain people that are non-U.S. citizens under the Fourth Amendment. But, you know, he advocated for this. So it's a real, like I said at the beginning, leopards eating your face kind of scenario. So let's dive on in. They talk about him and Yee going to the press secretary, going to Louisiana, editor for Breitbart. Man, is that really it? I was hoping for an update on whether they've like released him or something. Oh, it's after he failed to show up to his immigration hearing. Because one thing that you should know as well is he's from the UK originally. Update on DHS. He was arrested by ICE. It looks like they're just reporting that he was arrested by ICE. There's nothing saying that
Meanwhile,
he was.
Conservative commentator Milo Yiannopoulos has been detained by immigration.
Bad pick. Bad pick.
Officials. The Department of Homeland Security says he was arrested in Louisiana yesterday. They say he entered the country legally in 2019, but overstayed his visa. He was an initial supporter.
Yeah, so classic. This guy advocated for the fact that if people overstayed their visas, they were breaking the law and they needed to be deported and all this other stuff. And now he overstayed his visa and they're saying you're breaking the law and you need to be deported. Like, I don't know. I was going to dive deeper on this story, but there's not much more. The most I can tell you is about the guy himself. Just an absolutely detestable human being, but it doesn't look like there's more. We'll look for updates later. I'm sure, he got some privileged treatment given who he is, and he's probably an idol of most of the people in DHS. Kind of surprised the officers arresting him didn't just recognize him and let him off with a wink and a nudge, because we're dealing with, when we're talking about DHS and ICE, we're talking about a very corrupt group of people. These are a lot of times, if you were looking, ICE was one of the few agencies that was hiring. And so they had massive financial benefits to joining. They were like, hey, we're going to give you $30,000 if you join and stay for 5 years, yada, yada. You only see that, by the way, when nobody wants to join, because obviously they need to raise recruitment. So they put out higher incentives. And that also means you're going to recruit the bottom of the barrel kind of people who are desperate for that kind of money. And they're willing to do whatever it takes for it. And, you get what you pay for. And sometimes when you pay a premium, you scrape the scum off the bottom. And that's exactly what we do when we hire ICE in the US, which is part of why people want to abolish ICE. It's horrible. We've had a system in the past that actually has worked. Amnesty would work even better because the people who are coming to this country to help build this country are taking a lot of jobs that Americans generally don't take, and they're only a benefit to our economy, which we've looked at in past streams before. If you want, you can look those up in my old VODs. But yeah, overall, it's just good to have immigration in the US. As we have less immigration and less people giving birth and stuff, it slows the growth of our economy. And in this capitalist economy that we got right now, that is not a good thing. Very bad. If we want to look at it, I was thinking about doing a segment on this anyway, but U.S. national debt. Spell it right. So U.S. national debt is currently at 40 trillion. We can look at, where's the actual site? .org. I'm looking for the .gov. Understand the national debt. Here we go. Okay. Debt and the deficit. What's the current deficit? 1.8 trillion is what we stack year over year. That's up from 400 billion. Let's see. US deficit by year. Images. And then you can see back in 2020, we started deficit spending like crazy. Our annual budget went through the roof. And then now we're deficit spending way more than we were. You can see 2008, 2009 quantitative easing was back during the Obama years. Hi, Daisy. And that jumped it up. And then as we got the TARP loans paid back and started reviving the economy, 14, 15, 16, those deficit spending went down. Now, this whole thing is driven by the fact that we don't tax the rich. You know what would stop this deficit spending? If we actually had income to match the spending that we have within the US to supplement programs. Most of the current spending right here in the last 2 years has actually gone to the NDAA, which we talked about before, the National Defense Act that was passed that increased it like doubled the Pentagon's budget or something like that, as well as made us have deeper ties to Israel. And that ballooned our spending for this last year. But then you can also see during COVID, during 2020, we deficit spent as well to try and stop the economy from crashing. But you can only do that so long before things like this happen. And this doesn't even have 2024, 2025 on it. 1, 2, 23, 24. Oh, sorry, 25, 26 on it. But yeah, so you get this huge deficit spending. It has been ballooning in the last couple of years and adding way more to the national debt, which is about 40 trillion. And if we look at Trying to find a quote. I want to see the video. Yeah, U.S. Treasury
Emily
Secretary here.
Calandrelli is
Here, one sec.
coming to Seattle. Tickets on sale now.
So many ads, man. Awful.
They say America is broken.
Mr. Secretary, all bonds have erased gains after your action yesterday. Do you have further actions planned, and what's your reaction to how they've done?
Yeah, well, look, anything that happens within a 24-hour period is noise. And, I think that once the market understands that we are focusing on fiscal consolidation and that we are trying to bring the market back into equilibrium in a thinly traded market, I think I'm confident that bonds will continue declining.
This is in regards to the Fed buying back a bunch of U.S. bonds, which is awful for a number of reasons, least of which is it's essentially like stock buybacks for a private company. They're consolidating public shares out to us, which then temporarily increases the interest rate of the bonds that are still issued because there are less of them, so they're more highly valued. And because we're increasing the rate, essentially what they're doing is bond rates have been plummeting, which is very bad. It means the Fed can't loan out money very effectively to the populace to raise funds through bonds. And because of that, they are not able to get, people don't get the money back on bonds that they would normally, which is a problem for the rich. And therefore, they do these buybacks to temporarily increase that rate to basically put up scaffolding and make the bonds seem better than they actually are. But it's a temporary function that then crashes on the other side of it, because obviously that's not like a long-term solution to temporarily increase interest rates by just eating into your own market.
Spike in oil prices today that I don't really understand. Our announcement is for
a spike in oil prices that you don't understand. I don't know, maybe because the strait's still closed. If anybody remembers, this is the same guy who in the middle of an interview, he was called out. And then when he came back, he looked like he was about to cry and then started towing the line with what Trump was saying with regards to the strait. It was like he got pulled out of the thing and they like threatened his family or something, is what it seemed like. And then he comes back, tail between his legs, and he's like, it's actually good that we're in Iran for the economy. It's going to really help the U.S. economy. When, like, obviously everybody knows that's a load of horse. You know what? But
economic action. And I think that the economic action will mean that oil prices will come down sooner.
Sir, Secretary.
So he's saying that this finite resource that we don't have access to, 20 to 30% of what we normally would, that we need to run our entire economy to get things places and to fuel generators and, everything we do with gas, that we're just going to outpace that with economic growth. Guys, economic growth is driven by fuel to get things in the economy to different places in the economy. That's how logistics works. And he's saying we're just going to outpace it because we're going to be so strong. This is all while we're imposing tariffs on China and handicapping our own industries, but we'll get to that a little bit later.
Yeah, if you could answer facing the cameras. But for the $40 trillion mark that we passed for the national debt, would you comment on that, and how do we reverse that?
Yeah, look, the $40 trillion is a big number. It is smaller when we look at the publicly traded amount because our Social Security funds and other government entities hold a substantial amount. And what we're going to do, we're going to have to grow our way out.
It's BS when he starts talking about Social Security as holding that money, because Social Security is self-funded. It's not part of the national debt. I, in fact, think it shouldn't be on the national debt website, because the tax that you pay directly in Social Security goes to a separate pool, and it will never outstrip itself. That's why we've talked about it might have to reduce to 80% funding later, unless we uncap it, because we haven't increased the cap for Social Security in the last 30 years, even though interest rates have been higher, it's still capped at only taxing up to 175,000 worth of income. So all the people that are super rich aren't getting taxed as much proportionally for Social Security. And because they're not paying into it, you don't get Social Security benefits when you get older. If we uncap that or increase the cap by what it should have been over the last 30 years, it would be completely still self-funded. It would have no issue keeping 100% funding to everybody. But it's also not included in our national budget discussions. That was done intentionally so that people couldn't handicap that social program, which I think was a very smart thing that FDR and the Congress during that time did. But him including this here is disingenuous. He knows better. This isn't because he's stupid. He's studied the economy enough to know that that doesn't compute with the calculation that they're doing with regards to the $40 trillion in national debt. He's including it because he thinks you're too stupid to understand that. He thinks his audience is too dumb to know the difference between Social Security being self-funded and the rest of the U.S. debt system.
This, and as I talked about at G20 in Asheville, we are going to talk about the U.S. growth strategy and encourage the rest of the world to come along with us. We are also, I announced that Director Russ Vogt and I have been tasked with looking at fiscal consolidation. I think the numbers are not the actual numbers now. We've had to do substantial tariff refunds due to the court ruling.
So this is another piece of it. They're doing tariff refunds, which they refund the companies. You paid the difference for the tariffs because the companies all passed it on during their to their consumers via price increases. But then the companies are the ones who get paid back, or more aptly, if you remember, who was it that was buying these up? National based, somebody in the administration. I want to say it was Jared Kushner, but I'm not sure. This one? No. It was somebody within the administration. Oh yeah, Howard Lutnick's family bought up the rights to basically, so they went into companies who didn't know if they were going to get the refunds from the tariffs, and they say, hey, we'll buy your right to get a refund from the tariff for $20 to $30 or 20 to 30 cents on the dollar, and then basically bought up all those rights, knowing, because he's in the administration, knowing that they were going to give those refunds out because what they were doing was unconstitutional. So the Trump administration does the unconstitutional thing, knows that it's going to get called back in court, places bets on the market that it's going to get called back in court. And then when it does, they win because they invested on the stock market on the front side before they put these tariffs down, knowing how it would affect the stock market. They're using insider trading, that insider knowledge, and then also gambled on the back end that their thing would be ruled unconstitutional and taken out. And then they win on both ends. It's the rich getting richer while they just absolutely rake this country over the coals, and it's disgusting.
But
this guy is helping facilitate that. This guy knows exactly what he's doing when he goes out and lies about this
the
stuff.
Same level, if not higher, of tariff income for last year, and that is most of the increase in the deficit. And remember,
by the way, they can increase the tariff income because the tariffs are higher, but they're decreasing the overall GDP because trade takes a huge hit because nobody wants to trade with us anymore. You see this with, I'll just roll right into it. But with, where do I have it here? With the trade war with Canada. So because we're in a tariff war with Canada, and they have not backed down because the demands the U.S. made were absolutely insane. They're going to tariff more aluminum, wood, and steel. And that steel is what powers our car manufacturing. So it's also going to hit U.S. companies directly without having these imports for construction to get us out of the housing issues that we have right now, as well as steel, so we can't build cars as quickly because we don't have the raw materials to build cars without taking a 50% tariff from our neighbor, who's been a great trade partner up until Trump decided to, for no reason whatsoever, screw over the deal, by the way, that he made. Originally, there was that deal that Obama made with the US, Canada, and Mexico. And Trump came in and made the USMCA, which was his deal with Canada and Mexico. And now he's blowing up his own deal that he made. So it's just, it's a Russian nesting doll of dog shit. I don't know what to tell you. But some of what came in today was the actual demands that Trump made of the Canadians, and these are insane. So one thing that he asked for was the power to veto any future trade agreements between Canada and other nations, basically stripping all of their autonomy in trade and saying, we get to decide when you make trade agreements with any other country. I don't know any sovereign country that would do that. There are some vassal states that will do that because they're so cucked to another country. They have to. This is something you'd see in like the imperial days of like Britain, but obviously Canada's not putting up with that shit. And then exit option that they can walk away at any time or alter the trade agreement. So basically it's saying like, hey, we're going to make this trade agreement, but we also agree that it means nothing to us and we could just do whatever we want anyway. We're not bound to this trade agreement for 2 years, 4 years. And that just removes market stability. The main thing that a lot of places want to do when they're trading, especially across nations, is have the stability to know this is how things are going to be for 2 to 4 years. Now you can plan around how to build your business for those 2 to 4 years. And this exit option is just saying, yeah, we're going to take that away so that your businesses never know the next time we're going to get mad at our own deal that we're cutting and then turn it back. Because the other thing he could do is just make a trade deal for 2 years, and then he knows that it's done by the time he's leaving office, which means he's negotiated it, and then when he leaves office, they can renegotiate whatever they want. But yeah, and then they just asked for like huge discounts on aluminum, steel, lumber, and cars themselves. So that's where Canada is hitting us back on, and yeah, it's the demands that we make are something that no sovereign country would ever accept unless their economy would literally collapse without us, which Canada won't. And what is this leading to? Well, Canada is reaching out to the EU, they're reaching out to China, and they're establishing new trade routes, trade patterns, and relationships with other foreign countries to basically leave the US in the dust. They're looking at us, they're going, these dinosaurs are a dying nation, and we're not going to tie ourselves to a sinking ship. So congratulations, Mr. President. You are doing a great job. Canada is tired of all the winning, so they're going to go ahead and go somewhere else because they can't handle it anymore. But yeah, not a good time all around, though. There. What do we want to look at next? Next. And get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Trump visits there. Abdul Sayed. You want to look at the beef? Let's look at the beef. Let's find a statement by recall. Where's the beef? Let's just check YouTube out, honestly.
Question is, what do you have to say to U.S. farmers who feel that the deal is benefiting Argentina more than it is them?
Argentina's fighting for its life, young lady. You don't know anything about.
Question.
America First MFs when confronted with actually putting America first.
Question is, what do you have to say to U.S. farmers who feel that the deal is benefiting Argentina more than it is them?
Argentina's fighting for its life, young lady. You don't know anything about it. They have no money. They have no anything. They're fighting so hard.
They have no money. You gave them $20 billion at the start of your administration just a couple of years ago to prop up their farming industry that was competing directly with our soybean farmers, dude.
To survive, they are dying. All right? They're dying.
Federal officials announced the recall of nearly 30,000 pounds of raw beef imported from Argentina. The packages from a company called Corte Argentino sold to distributors and retailers in Florida and Texas. They have use or freeze by dates from September 15th through the 20th. So far, no illnesses have been reported.
And by the way, that beef, again, competing directly with the U.S., it came through without a USDA inspection at all. And on top of that, they're deemed a class 1 threat, which means they're potentially deadly because they haven't had any inspection. They just came into the country with no prior procedure. But hey, at least we cut the federal budget, except we didn't because we gave tax cuts. So then instead of the tax cuts actually cutting into the budget, all they did was help rich people retain more of their money. Yeah. And so if we look into this a little more, it's about 30,000 total pounds, like they said, going to Texas and Florida. And the beef is top sirloin, round eye, top cut, flats, and knuckles. And then you can see some information here on the packaging. The shipping mark would be 26644-AA. Anybody in Texas and Florida, you should be checking your beef for those numbers, making sure you have them, or if you have them, that you get rid of them. I think they said the 15th through the 20th, May 15th through the 20th is the production date, and then September 15th through the 20th is the freeze-by date. So double check for any of those. If you got them in your freezer, those are dangerous pieces of meat. Get them the heck out. Yeah, I think that's all I got on that one, actually. But yet another, I mean, if we're going to look at this from a political standpoint, it's the cuts. They cut the FDA, and screw flies come back for the first time in 20 years. They cut funding to our health systems, and all of a sudden we're getting like measles outbreaks that we've never seen before. They cut funding to air traffic controllers. We see record numbers of plane crashes and fatalities on airways and things like that. And then they cut USDA, and we see beef coming in completely uninspected in the US. This is a pattern that we see over and over and over again. It's almost like we had regulations for a reason. But this administration doesn't care. They don't care if what they do hurts regular people who are just going to the grocery store, grabbing a slab of meat for, a nice Friday night. They don't give a shit if it hurts them. They actually benefit from basically the market instability created from this. And Trump gets to pay off his friend, who is a libertarian, who's a far right person, the president of Argentina over there. Was it Malay? Ooh, if I can type correctly. Yeah, Malay. Who is an insane libertarian. And what did he do? He decentralized their currency and immediately tanked the Argentinian dollar when he first got in, and then got bailed out with $20 billion from Trump. And now they're still struggling, even though they got a $20 billion bailout. Imagine if you got that, and then you were like 2 years later, oh man, I'm broke. Oh, who could have seen this coming? Well, it's like, yeah, you never changed your habits. You were broke to begin with, and you acted like you had $1 million, and you kept spending it like you had $1 million. It's these people who have all these ideas about how the economy works and how they can rig everything for the top 1%, and don't worry, it'll trickle down and it'll work for you guys, except it never has. Like, look at Reaganomics from the US. Yeah, I'm drowning in all the economic success that the regular working class people in the US have had. That's why we have an affordability crisis and a housing crisis, is because we're just drowning in all the money that the people at the top are passing down. That's, you know, that's obviously why US economy top 1%. USD holdings. That's why we're looking at the US economy being neck and neck with the top 1% holding 30% of the economy versus the bottom 90% holding less. Yeah. You know, the difference between these, by the way, is the other 9% of the top 10% of the US economy. But the fact that the bottom 90% holds almost as much wealth as, like, just a little bit more wealth than the top 1% of the US economy is insane. It's like, you know, French Revolution numbers of economic disparity. But they don't care. They benefit from that. They want that. And we see it over and over and over again. Republicans vote for it over and over and over again. They vote against their... When I say that Republicans vote against their interests, this is what I mean. You vote for them to not tax the rich. And if you're looking at the US economy, because I hear this all the time from, like, liberals and Republicans, is, oh, well, we wanted Trump because he's a businessman. He's going to run it like a business. Well, if you were in a business, top 1% income earners in the US, no, sorry, not income earners, top 1% of people in the US that are making money off of our economy are overusing our infrastructure because they're running businesses that are using all of our infrastructure that we pay for primarily in taxes without paying their fair share into it for how much they get out of our economy. So we subsidize the losses in terms of building roads, building infrastructure so that Amazon can drive all their trucks across it and use it to get all of these this revenue that they get year over year over year. And you see the publicization of that in the form of, like, these tariffs as well. They pass the cost onto you, the consumer, and then when the recall comes back and they say it's unconstitutional, that all goes to the company. That doesn't go to you and me. So we paid the cost for them to have these increased costs, and then they get the return from it. And not only that, they keep their prices high. Even after the tariffs were gone, did you see prices go down in the grocery store? I sure as heck didn't. And then they just keep the prices rolling, and then we see grocery stores getting record high profits year over year, while you and I have to pay 50, 60, 70% more than we used to on groceries. Like, I go out to the grocery store, it costed me $150 before to get a week's worth of groceries for the two of us. Now it's $250. That's insane. That's unsustainable. And that's only over the last, 4 years or something. With huge jumps for things like the war in Iran. But, we live in unstable times. We already talked about the fact that, steel's not coming in. Lumber is going to get cut because we have a tariff war with Canada, and that's going to cut into building materials. So then you're going to see wood and everything that you were going to use to build housing in the U.S. Well, we're having housing prices. Well, we're having an affordability crisis. We're also going to stack on top. Now it's going to cost more for the things that you need to build, which, in conjunction with this administration using ICE as an arm for the state to deport a bunch of immigrants who have historically been the large portion of construction workers in the U.S., we're seeing basically the people who had no rights to begin with as workers get deported. Housing prices are going to go up, and then people who could have even had the skill set to build those houses are being kicked out of the country, even though they were an economic benefit. Pardon that. and then the prices of materials going up. So all of this combines to say basically like, hey, oh, we want things to be affordable. Well, the people that are giving you that lip service don't actually care if they're affordable. They don't care about the systems that would make that affordable. And in fact, they're actively working against those systems to make everything else unaffordable for you. So just think about that next time you're going to put that into the ballot box for Republican. It's not like Democrats are doing much better. That's why you need to go progressives, okay? Because Democrats are completely complicit in this. They'll finger wag and they'll say, oh, that Trump guy, we think he's doing it the wrong way. They don't ever contest what he's doing. They contest how he's doing it. And here's the thing. It doesn't matter if he did it a different way. What he's doing is economically dangerous and detrimental. But let's see. Trump physics. Oh, that'll be. I don't know if that'll be enough for a whole segment. We just did this one as a short. Oh shoot! I haven't been marking my vids. My precious vids. Give me one sec here. America First MFs when confronted with actually putting America first.
Is, what do you have to say to U.S. farmers?
Recall short right there. Recall long.
Yes. Mr. Secretary.
Dude, everything is a segment on the economy today. Oh man, doesn't matter what I talk about, it's coming back to the economy. All right, we'll do this one as a short, I think. We're going to talk about Ken Paxton and Trump coming together. Let's see here. How do I want to phrase this? One's good. One's good. All right, the PDFs of the Republican Party are coming together to form a kind of a megazord of people who defend PDFs. And so Trump is going to Texas. He took the Marine One. I don't know why he feels the need to take any plane except for Air Force One. Maybe he's worried about Iran targeting him, even though that report was bunk, and the U.S. CIA, told him it was bunk, and that it was just an Israel op. But you know what? I'm rambling a bit. I'm gonna cut that short. I don't like that one. Let's go back here. Vid short, cut it. All right. Trump flew Marine One down to Texas. It's like the Republican PDFs are coming together to form, all the different Megazord bots come together to form the one Megazord, if anybody remembers that reference. And so he flew down to support Ken Paxton because he likes the fact that he helped get a PDF back on the street as soon as possible, if you remember that scandal. And he also loves Ken Paxton's insider trading. You probably saw that and saw a little of himself in him. So he flew down in his race against James Talarico. If you're in Texas, get out for James Talarico, unless you want somebody who's going to do more corruption, more insider trading, and just absolutely tank your economy so that he can rake it over the coals for his own personal enjoyment. By the way, Ken Paxton, somebody who was kicked out of the state legislature by a Republican legislature because he was doing so much insider trading. Even the Republicans found him detestable enough to kick him out. But Trump is flying down there to help support his campaign in the final weeks of it, because he is desperate to show that even though Trump himself tanked the economy, they want more Republicans in so that they can tank the economy even further. They will absolutely ruin it. And, you've already seen that. Are your grocery prices lower? Is it cheaper? Are there more opportunities for jobs for you? Like, just look around in your own life and tell me whether or not you feel more secure and better about the economy since Republicans have been running the country. And then go think about that when you're putting in your ballot at the ballot box. Let's do that short. We got 3 shorts already and 2 vids. Let's go find the actual vid. Yeah, we'll look at this one too.
Connection.
Brunch tomorrow?
Pass.
Farmer's market?
Nope. Oh, double matinee. French New Wave.
No way.
On another important issue, Leader Jeffries, you issued a statement yesterday slamming what you called the malicious claim that American Jews are inviting violence against themselves as, quote, dangerous and anti-Semitic. Was that in reference to far-left influencer Hassan Piker and his recent very controversial comments?
Yes, those comments were dangerous, malicious, and anti-Semitic, and should not be tolerated by anyone in the
We're thinking, why is it so hard to find the actual statements? All right, I think we can do it now. All right, Hassan Piker's in some hot water for statements that he made on August 20th regarding Jewish Americans. Let's see what was actually said here. This is from the Forbes article. and it talked about Tom Piker on one of his streams said the idea that Jews are a monolith is a very dangerous mode of propaganda. Yeah, that's okay. That's true. People don't with Israel any longer, and if Jews in America keep putting out this idea, they're putting this idea out there. They are singularly invested in Israel. Eventually, someone is going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. Yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about on my earlier streams, where what Israel wants is for Jewish people as a whole to be correlated completely with the state of Israel, because then they have license to do whatever they want, and they can say, everybody, all Jewish people agree with us, so if you say anything against us as the state of Israel committing a genocide, then you're saying it against all Jewish people. And all that does in the US is now Nazis can point to their idea of dual loyalty and their idea of that all Jewish people are represented by the horrendous things that the state of Israel does, and say, look, you're proving our point. This feeds back into what Israel wants, because then Israel can turn around and say, the anti-Semitism that they just helped create by saying we are a monolith and they're doing it in the name of Judaism. And then they can say, well, people are taking that to think that all Jews do this thing. And then they say, ah, man, I don't know. I'm not phrasing that very well. Let me start that over. I've made this point more succinctly on past streams. I just want to make sure I'm good about how I word it, because it's such a sensitive topic, you know? Oh, let's see. All right. Hassan Piker's in some deep water, apparently, for things he said on August 20th on a live stream. Looking at a Forbes article here. He said, the idea that Jews are a monolith is a very dangerous mode of propaganda. Absolutely true. It's something that Israel's been pushing intentionally to increase anti-Semitism, because basically, if they can tie all Jewish people to what Israel is doing, then they can say, we represent all Jewish people. And if you disagree with anything we're doing, including our genocide, including double tapping aid workers that were on the designated route that we set up for them, or including graping the people in our prisons, and then celebrating the people that did that, then you're against Jewish people as a whole. This is what I mean about they create this anti-Semitism, and then they use the anti-Semitism that they've created to say, now we need this state even more to shelter ourselves from the consequences that they've created. But here's the thing. Most American Jews disagree with Israel. Most people in America disagree with what Israel's doing. They recognize it as a genocide. And I think that goes to Hassan Piker's next point, which is people don't F with Israel anymore. And if Jews in America keep putting out the idea that they're singularly invested in Israel, eventually someone is going to come around and take action, not against the state of Israel, mind you, but against American Jews. And with that one, you know, obviously, I don't think he's phrasing it very well and not phrasing it very carefully, but the guy also streams like, I don't know, 14 hours a day or something. But I read that to basically just say, like, yeah, if you tie yourself to Israel and then you say, I will support this genocide no matter what, then people are going to get mad at you for supporting a genocide because you're taking the actions to give credence to this. And by the way, we're talking about an issue that is like, for all intents and purposes in the US is like 90-10. Like you're seeing like 75% support from the Democrats or more for Palestine and ending the genocide and ending our funding of Israel, committing the genocide in Gaza, which like is overwhelming as far as US politics is concerned. You never see that kind of consensus. But looking at this broader segment here, So this all stems from him critiquing Moss, who is a Democrat in Michigan who is refusing to endorse Abdul al-Sayed because first of all, Moss is supported wholly by AIPAC and is saying that the Jewish community, which, by the way, the idea that one guy is going to speak for the entire Jewish community is insane. But this guy is coming out and saying, I speak for the entire Jewish community, and we're not going to support Abdul al-Sayed if he doesn't capitulate. Why would he capitulate, though? Because his opponent, Mike Rogers, is the guy supported by AIPAC. If people want that, this is exactly what the Democrats did on the border. They capitulated halfway on the border, their Diet Coke, when people can just go over and get full fascism on the border from full Coke, which is the Republican Party. Like, why would you go for the diet when you can go for the full? People that are going to do that are going to go for Mike Rogers. These people that parade around as Democrats with Moss are not going to vote for Abdul al-Sayed if he capitulates on this. They're just going to vote for the guy that basically takes that position, but harder. Which is why it's stupid for Abdul al-Sayed. He did, in fact, capitulate on this, and surprise, surprise, then every right-wing news source is using this as propaganda to say, see, he campaigned with Hassan Piker, but he's not willing to support Hassan Piker in his statements that are in line. If you look at the full totality of the statement, they're, of course, clipping it out of context. But if you look at the totality of the statement, you wouldn't support him going forward. And you're also cutting Bernie Sanders out of your ads. Abdul al-Sayed is doing what a lot of Democrats do, which is in the general pivoting away from his progressive stuff that got him the win in the primaries. And it's a very stupid thing to do, because all it does when you apologize in this political environment is give fodder for Mike Rogers and your opponents to say, to drive a wedge between you and your base that, by the way, did all of your phone banking, all of your canvassing, all of your text chaining, that kind of thing. So it's not a good move. It puts you on the defensive, and he's probably going to be on the defensive for the rest of his campaign because he did this. But, you know, in light of that, let's look at what the right is saying about it.
The Conversation Corner, Michigan.
And by the way, these vote blue no matter who people just immediately turn their back when it's a progressive. It's vote blue no matter who, but only when it's our guy.
Democratic Senate candidate Abdul al-Sayed joined Fox News last night with Jesse Waters. Pretty lively interview, including this exchange when al-Sayed was asked about gender-affirming surgery for trans.
This is the gender-affirming surgery one. Where is it? Here we go. Yeah, Abdul al-Sayed distances himself from Hassan. So he looked at a 6-second clip that was cut 4 times, and he says, "My commitment to Jewish safety is the same as my commitment to safety of my own daughters. Anti-Semitism is a scourge, so nothing too bad here yet, and we need to address it in all its forms. And I stand against any rhetoric that puts this community, that community at risk." That's the part that I have issue with, because you need to attack the statement where it is and say this statement isn't an attack on that community. It's a recognition of what's actually happening in politics. You don't condemn that person. You put it in its full context. He goes on to say, "But I want to be crystal clear. Nobody speaks for the campaign besides me and my campaign spokesperson. And while politicians and pundits may try to make this race about a Twitch streamer, we're going to talk about gas, grocery prices, that kind of thing." So good job on Sayed for staying on message. I think a stronger message would have been not, because he's passively condemning it here. He's using passive voice to condemn what Hassan Piker was saying, when he should have instead said something to the effect of what Hassan Piker is getting at is the anti-Semitism driven by Israel through trying to make them the sole arbiter of what is considered Jewish, and they are not. There are people in this district and there are people in this country who disagree with what Israel is doing. That doesn't make them any less Jewish. That doesn't make them any less correct than the people that they're arguing against. Well, actually, it does make them more correct. so I shouldn't say it that way. But yeah, and given that he's been such a good public speaker, this is a kind of a monumental gaffe. He had time to put this out. He also didn't rush the statement out. He had time to workshop this before he put it out there. So, the fact that he's distancing himself from the base right before the election is just a horrible move. Let's see. Here we go.
Buying your dream car, first home, or a loan for your new venture. Knowing your FICO score helps you apply with confidence and avoid surprises. For the moments that matter, get the score that matters. Your FICO score. Visit myfico.com.
Well, let me ask you about some news that we are learning this morning. Local outlets reporting that you spoke to former President Barack Obama on the phone. I know you're not going to give me every detail of the call, but what was the crux of his message to you, Dr. El-Sayed?
Well, Kristen, you're right. I like to keep private conversations private, but it was a really warm and inspiring conversation. I got to be honest with you, I never saw myself ever able to run for public office. I literally told former President Bill Clinton that at my college graduation, in which I was the senior speaker and he was the main speaker. And I then watched the next year Barack Hussein Obama run for and win the presidency. I watched him serve with a level of class, a level of elegance that we could only pine for now. So I really enjoyed the conversation. I was grateful for his advice. It was very warm, very inviting. And I know that he knows the critical role that Michigan is going to play in holding Trump accountable, in winning back the Senate, and in building forward the future that we need.
Is he going to campaign with you, Dr. El-Sayed?
Look, I really hope so. And it was a really good conversation about what we need to do to be able to win. And obviously, this is somebody who knows a lot about winning Michigan.
And just to be clear, do you anticipate he'll show up on the campaign trail with you? Is that one of the broad topics you all discussed?
Look, we talked a lot about what it'll take to win. Obviously, his presence here in Michigan would mean so much to the coalition that helped elect him. So,
is there another vid here? Let's look up this. I cut that one. That wasn't really saying much there. Get this short labeled real quick and then we'll get back to it. All right. Assam Pikers in some
Oh, wow. Discover the convenience of
I wonder if this is it. It's with the same lady that we were just watching.
Water.
And joining me now.
Here we go. All right, let's take a look at Abdul El-Sayed's interview with NBC.
Is Michigan's Democratic Senate nominee, Abdul El-Sayed. Dr. El-Sayed, welcome to Meet the Press.
thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for being here and congratulations. Let's talk about your victory this week. You narrowly defeated Congresswoman Haley Stevens. And when you actually add up all of the votes, the vote totals that went to Stevens and Mallory McMorrow, a majority of voters actually ended up voting for candidates who are more moderate than you. So how do you win over those voters?
Mallory McMorrow was in the middle of these two candidates, so I think it's disingenuous to say, when you add up the 2 or 3 other people in the race, okay, yeah, but he beat both of them. So clearly there's more people that liked his message than theirs. That's kind of how voting works.
Who voted for someone else?
And by the way, never do they ask this the other way. Whenever a progressive wins, they say, they whip it. They say, you will vote for us. We don't care what you said before. We won. We have the mandate. You capitulate to us. But when a progressive wins, notice that flips and they don't say it the other way. They don't say, wow, your ideas won. Moderates need to go your way. Why? How did you win? They never get down and say, well, I wonder how you won when we lost. Why was your message more popular? They always assume that they were correct and that your winning was a fluke.
Well, thank you, Kristen. I really were just grateful for everybody who participated. And the overwhelming recognition of the vote tallies is that 500,000 more Democrats voted than did Republicans in that election. If that happens, we are going to win in a landslide. Now, I know that we had it out with a very tough primary. There were a lot of issues that were discussed and differences that were identified and fixated on. But I will tell you this, that all of us agree that our differences are far smaller than what we agree on. And what we agree on is that Donald Trump has been an existential threat to our democracy. He is costing us jobs. He is costing us more at almost every aspect of our lives, whether it's our gas, our groceries, or our health care. And that Mike Rogers is going to be nothing more than a rubber stamp on Donald Trump's disastrous economic and foreign policies. And so this is the opportunity for us to come together, to mend fences, to build together the coalition that is going to defeat Mike Rogers in November and defeat Trumpism over the next 2 years.
Well, let me ask you about some news that we are learning this morning. Local outlets reporting that you spoke to former President Barack Obama on the phone. I know you're not going to give me every detail of the call, but what was the crux of his message to you, Dr. El-Sayed?
Well, Kristen, you're right. I like to keep private conversations private, but it was a really warm and inspiring conversation. I got to be honest with you, I never saw myself ever able to run for public office. I literally told former President Bill Clinton that at my college graduation, in which I was the senior speaker and he was the main speaker. And
Drop this at 2
I then
times
watched
speed
the
or
next
something.
year Barack Hussein Obama run for and win the presidency. I watched him serve with a level of class, a level of elegance that we could only pine for now. So I really enjoyed the conversation. I was grateful for his advice. It was
This is
very
just
warm, very
going to be
inviting.
boring
And
waffling,
I
I
know
think.
that he knows the critical role that Michigan is going to play in holding Trump accountable, in winning back the Senate, and in building forward the future that we need.
Is he going to campaign with you, Dr. El-Sayed?
Look, I really hope so. And it was a really good conversation about what we need to do to be able to win. And obviously, this is somebody who knows a lot about winning Michigan.
And just to be clear, do you anticipate he'll show up on the campaign trail with you? Is that one of the broad topics you all discussed?
Look, we talked a lot about what it'll take to win. Obviously, his presence here in Michigan would mean so much.
That's a no, because moderates never help campaign for progressives, even though progressives help campaign for moderates. Think Bernie, 2016.
Served as a public health official in Michigan. You even co-authored a book making the case for Medicare for all. Senator Bernie Sanders also campaigned on it as a presidential candidate back in 2016. 10 years later, this idea still does not have a majority support in Congress. If you were to win in November, Dr. El.
Notice they said in Congress. This does have support among the populace who recognizes that we have a broken medical system. But Congress, Hakeem Jeffries, who's supposed to be the Democratic leader, who used to support Medicare for all, now doesn't. It's weird how if there's ever a chance that Medicare for all could actually get passed, a bunch of people who supposedly supported it suddenly don't support it. But when it can't get passed, it's popular, they really want to support it. But they aren't willing to actually put their name on the piece of paper when it's time to put it through.
How do you?
And in the meantime, we get ACA subsidies get cut, your healthcare doubles in, your premiums double in cost. And instead, what we get is the Republicans putting together a 4-page document with a bunch of notes scribbled in the side. But when Democrats need to put their butt on the line, progressives will, Abdul El-Sayed will, Bernie Sanders will. They advocated for this their entire political career. But Hakeem Jeffries, Schumer, people who have no spine, who are just in it to say what they think they need to say to get in office and then flip-flop and do whatever will make them the most bucks from their donor and whatever will lead to a lobbyist position after they leave office, will flip on a dime because they don't believe any of the things they're saying.
You make Medicare for all a reality when so far it has not had enough support.
By the way, they never talk about the current healthcare system support because it is not supported by people in the U.S. As far as public, nobody thinks our healthcare system works, but they never talk about that failing healthcare system. They just say, Medicare couldn't work. Well, could it work better than our current system? Because that's the threshold that we would actually need to meet for it to be implemented. If there was enough support,
Kristen, I've been up and down my state. And everywhere I go, people say the same things. It just shouldn't be this hard. And one of the big things that they bring up is the fact that they're worried about having to see a doctor if they get sick and what that'll mean for them. The median deductible, meaning the money that you pay to get the health care you already thought you paid for every single month, is about $4,500 for a family of 4. That considering the fact that the median income is about $80,000, means that you're going to lose more than a whole paycheck just to actually pay for the health care you thought you already paid for. Our system has only gotten less and less effective, less efficient over time as we've watched health insurance corporations collude with big hospitals and the pharmaceutical industry to figure out how to pick more and more of our dollars out of our pocket to put.
By the way, they've made record profits year over year, every year since like, I don't know, 2004 or something like that.
Into theirs. We don't have to live like this. We have an opportunity to guarantee cradle to grave health care from the moment that somebody is born to the moment that they expire, God willing, at 120 years of life after a long, healthy life.
120 might be a little ambitious, but
it would guarantee them the health care that they need independent of the circumstances, wherever they needed to go. That is the kind of security we've never had in this country, and is the kind of security that the healthcare corporations have denied us. So we're watching more people support Medicare for all every day. We're watching more elected officials support Medicare for all every day. And in a lot of ways, this campaign was a referendum on whether or not we want health care here or bomb somewhere else. And I think the Michigan voter.
Banger line right there. Healthcare here or bomb somewhere else. I mean, if you look at the price of the war in Iran, that could have paid for a lot of healthcare in the U.S.
Healthcare here.
But the main thing about Medicare and a single payer system is people complain about the prices in our current system. The prices are overinflated and everyone knows it because insurance companies will say this procedure is worth this many dollars, and then they knock off like 80% because the procedure was never worth how much they said it was. They could do a procedure and say it's worth $1 million, but the procedure, the personnel and the materials actually costed $500. And then they upcharge it 30 times. And then they pretend like they're giving you a rebate. If there's a single payer system where it was the government, they negotiate all those prices. They could do them at cost and say, this is what it actually cost you. This is what you're charging. The hospital doesn't get to overcharge anymore for what it was. What was your personnel cost? What was your material cost? And then if we don't have a privatized system, they don't have to pay for profits anymore. So those profits go back into the system itself and go back to the customer because they don't need to pay CEOs and shareholders anymore for your medical care, the stuff that you need to live.
Well, you know, some Americans worry, though, you can only make Medicare free and universal if you increase taxes. So if you are elected and make this push, would you need to increase taxes?
Yeah, and again, if you do Medicare for all, you're cutting out all the profits. So all those profits from the insurance companies go away. You don't need that middleman anymore because the government is your insurer. So we operate at cost and we use the profits that would have to subsidize the taxes that we would otherwise need to run a system in the US for single payer healthcare. They've done studies on this. It's cheaper to do Medicare for all than our current system. We're wasting money doing private insurance because it goes to a bunch of middlemen instead of actually paying for people's healthcare.
As I've said across this campaign, I am for taxing billionaires their wealth.
What about people who make less than $1 billion and less than $1 million, though, Dr. El-Sayed? What about people making less than $1 million?
So for the average person, and you look at your W-2, if you're an employee who gets paid every 2 weeks or 4 weeks, after you pay your taxes, the next biggest check that comes off the top of your pay stub is to your health insurance company.
Notice they talk about people at the bottom because they want to pretend like they're looking at the everyman. They never discuss taxing millionaires, taxing billionaires. It's never even in she can't talk about it. She's not allowed to because she's a Meet the Press reporter. She reports directly to those people. If she said that, she would have to turn around and her boss would say, you're fired. Because her boss is one of those people making that kind of money. And they would immediately say, you didn't propagandize the way I wanted you to. Bye-bye.
So imagine instead of paying that to your health insurance company, whose CEO makes $20 million a year, instead you paid a little bit more in taxes for healthcare that you wouldn't lose if you lost your job.
I don't even think we'd necessarily have to pay more in taxes. I think we tax the wealthy so that they can't hoard their gold like dragons. And we take away private insurance companies. And there you go. Bada bing, bada boom. You've paid for healthcare. In the strongest, most economically flourishing nation in the world, maybe not right now, but we have been, we should be able to figure out basic health care, because when you do this preventative care, you also put workers back to work, and you get more taxes out of people because you have more taxable income to work with because people have less sick days, less days off.
Or turned 26
when they're healthy,
or got married or got divorced. I think all of us would be a lot more interested in that kind of a system if we knew that our health care would be free at the point of care and would be free without having to worry about losing it in general. So there's an opportunity here, I think, to trade what we give to a big corporation who gets to decide who we get to see and who we don't for a little bit more paid into FICA. And I think that's a trade that's worth making. I think the broader public understands that that's a trade worth making, considering how many people are holding medical debt, a third of all Michigan households right now.
Just to be very clear, you're describing this trade-off. You are effectively acknowledging that people making less than $1 million could see their taxes go up. I just want to be very clear. Is that a yes?
I'm saying that we'd be paying for health care in a different way. Instead of paying a health insurance company whose CEO makes $20 million, I would much rather pay for durable health care into a government, which, of course, we all know provides health care for seniors who need health care the most. So if I'm trading paying a CEO to make more money or paying government to guarantee me health care, I'm picking the latter every time.
All right.
And by the way, they don't talk about the fact that even if you increase taxes and you didn't have to pay for your insurance deductible, it would be less than the not paying for the insurance deductible. So if let's say you're paying $2,000, or let's say you're paying $1,000 a month for your insurance deductible, and they take that away and they go to a Medicare for All system, they make it more affordable at point of contact or free at point of contact, ideally, like they have in Canada, and then you're paying the government slightly more. Let's say you're paying the government $500 more in taxes a month. That's still less than your deductible. And you're charged less at point of contact, which means you're paying less out of pocket. So you're putting more money directly in people's pockets by having Medicare for All. I think that's something that gets conceded a lot because the people running all the propaganda wings like NBC, CNN, MSNBC are all directly reporting to people who profit off of this system. But I think it needs to be clear to everybody, Medicare for All is cheaper.
Let's talk about another big issue that dominated the campaign and will undoubtedly be a big topic of conversation in the general election, your criticism of Israel. President Trump had this to say after your win this week. I'm going to play it, get your reaction on the other side. Take a look.
He doesn't love Israel. He doesn't love Jewish people. He hates them. He hates them with a passion that burns in his heart.
How very normal that a state senator should have to respond to a question from the president talking that he isn't loyal enough to another country, not the U.S. Substitute any other country like Botswana or Venezuela. He doesn't love Botswanans. He doesn't love them. He doesn't appreciate them. By the way, Trump is doing exactly what I was talking about, exactly what Hassan was talking about, where he's saying that Israel is the Jewish people. When Israel commits a genocide, the Jewish people commit a genocide, which is not true. But the fact that he is intentionally tying that together is exactly what Zionists want, because then they can use the anti-Semitism generated from that exact statement, which is the theory of dual loyalty that Nazis have. So they're basically saying, hey, Nazis, you're true on your statement. They're not, but they're saying that they're true. And then they're using the anti-Semitism that's generated from that to say, now we need even more protection from the threat that we created. It's the exact same reason why the state of Israel paid for Hamas to defeat their more moderate opposition in Gaza, because they wanted more of a threat to gobble up more US dollars, to take up more US arms so that they could become more powerful. Like this is, it's all a system that feeds into itself. It's an Ouroboros.
What's your reaction to that, Dr. Al-Sayed?
Watch what magnesium does to your bowels.
If you have to wipe more than 4 times after you pee.
God, I hate these fucking ads.
I love and revere Judaism and the Jewish people. I believe they're a light unto the world. I grew up in a community that had a large Jewish population. I was so grateful to get to be invited to Seder and to Shul and to bar and bat mitzvahs. I'm really honored for what I learned and got to share with my Jewish sisters and brothers. But they are not the same as AIPAC in Israel. AIPAC is an organization that spent $30 million to beat me so that they could have one more vote in the U.S. Senate to guarantee that our taxpayer dollars would be sent abroad to subsidize a foreign government's military to do the worst things: genocide, apartheid, take us into wars we have no business fighting. And I'm running for Senate here in Michigan. I believe that we have a responsibility here in Michigan. I want our tax dollars spent to provide good schools, to pay for health care, to rebuild our roads here in Michigan, rather than it being sent abroad to subsidize foreign militaries. That's not just Israel, by the way. That is also Egypt and Saudi Arabia and Jordan and Pakistan. So I believe in international law. I believe in equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for all people. I believe in a process that allows a free Palestinian people and free Jewish Israeli people to come together around what they believe the ultimate peace should look like.
Let's start skipping the highlights here.
Foreign military aid to Israel, just to be very clear.
To subsidize foreign militaries abroad.
Let me follow up with you on that point.
Here in Michigan, rather than to subsidize foreign militaries abroad.
Let me follow up with you on that point. You've just reiterated that you would rule out unconditional foreign military aid to Israel. Just to be very clear, is there any scenario where you would approve more aid to Israel, more military aid in any form?
Well, if we were in a scenario where there were equal rights to peace, dignity, and self-determination for the Palestinian people and Jewish Israeli people, and they had come together to achieve that ultimate peace, and there were circumstances in which that was guaranteed, there would be a very, very different circumstance. But for right now, we are in a situation where we are continuously subsidizing the military of a state that has behaved in ways that can only be described as rogue. You think about the genocide in Gaza. You think about the continued attempt to annex southern Lebanon. These are things that we cannot subsidize, considering the fact that we have kids who need better schools and better roads and bridges. And
then he brings it back to the people in Michigan. Beautiful, beautiful answer for this. The reporter obviously wants to bait him into saying like he'll give defensive weapons or something. But I'll tell you what, it's the analogy that I always go back to. If you give the school shooter a plate vest, you're helping with the school shooting. You're helping them do the issue. They're breaking the law. They're breaking international law. They're breaking U.S. law. Under U.S. law, we shouldn't be funding them because we don't fund war crimes and we don't fund genocide, or at least we shouldn't technically on the books. And so, bringing it back to that's law and order. Republicans hate when you pull this one simple trick, but that's law and order for you. And then bringing it back to Michiganders and saying that it's, that we could be funding more for our economy, more for our schools, that kind of thing is just a great way to go about it.
Better healthcare here in America.
You're saying you would not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is the U.S. is directly involved, dude. No doubt.
Support sending aid to Israel, which was attacked by Hamas. But you have also said that you would support sending military aid to Ukraine, which was, of course, attacked and invaded by Russia. Where do you draw the line there?
Well, in Ukraine, you're talking about attacks from...
Yeah, it's giving them the guns. That's what I'm saying. They're giving them the guns that they're using to do that in Israel. We're killing people in Iran. We're the shooter in Iran. We're talking about Israel right now. No. So the U.S. doesn't have boots on the ground in Gaza, right? We're giving the guns to the shooter. We're giving the body armor to the shooter. Yeah, show me the article that shows that there's U.S. boots in the ground in Gaza. Love to see that. Go for it. Like, you don't need to lie about it to show that we're doing a bad thing. Here's the thing. Yeah, it does. Like show me the proof, dude. If you're correct, go find the article, go give it to me. As far as I'm aware, there's no boots on the ground in there. We are providing them arms. We're providing them missiles. They don't need 20-ton bombs from us. We agree on all the substantive things, but you don't need to lie about what the U.S. is doing to be against it. And in fact, lying gives the opposition a chance to refute your argument by saying, oh, you're an idiot. You're saying we have boots on the ground. We don't have boots on the ground. Don't give them that chance. The reason I'm mad about this is because you're giving people an opportunity to basically have a way in on your argument when you don't need to have that issue with your argument. Make a better argument. There are plenty out there. They're committing a frickin' genocide. They're using our guns, our bombs, our weapons, our military intelligence. We are working with them on that. We don't have boots on the ground, because boots on the ground is particularly referencing with like shooters, dude.
A leader of a neighboring sovereign country who clearly violated international law in attempting to breach the sovereignty of the Ukrainian public. That is conditional on that circumstance. We have been offering unconditional foreign military aid to Israel, independent of the circumstances, for years and years and years. And might I say, it's not just Israel, it's also Egypt, it's also Jordan, it's also Saudi Arabia. That's the difference. It's about the conditions. So when we're talking about taking on Putin and his violation of international law, I do believe we have a responsibility to uphold international law and therefore to support Ukraine in its efforts.
You have said, and I want to talk about your political identity now, you have said you're not a democratic socialist. You were backed by Senator Bernie Sanders, who, of course, proudly says he is a democratic socialist. You've even attended events hosted by the Democratic Socialists of America. Where do you differ from Senator Sanders? Is there one policy issue where you can point out a difference?
$5.
Man, I hate this.
That's how much I'm hoping you'll contribute to our campaign to take back Texas. $5 to defeat the billionaire mega donors and their puppet politicians who are trying to...
Capitalism. You know, I'm a scientist and I believe in good, thoughtful, evidence-based solutions to problems. You know, when it comes to the question of capitalism, allocating capital based on supply and demand, at the level at which it's supposed to work, where you have free entry and exit into markets, you know, I support that idea. I understand right now, though, that we don't live under capitalism. We live under corporatism. You have huge corporations that have used their power, in effect, to try and buy politicians so that those politicians will turn around and help them use government to protect their position in markets. That is anti-capitalist. And look, you can go back to Adam Smith, the guy who coined the idea of capitalism, and he understood that the biggest risk to capitalism was not government regulation. It was always monopoly and oligopoly. If you think about the circumstances that we live under right now, the power of the biggest players in almost every market, both to squeeze labor to pay us less and to raise prices so that we have to pay more, that has been anti-capitalist on its own terms. And so it's not that you have to be a socialist to believe that the government has a role in protecting a market or guaranteeing us health care or fixing our roads and bridges or providing us good schools. It's that you have to understand what capitalism is and how it works.
I want to give you an opportunity to respond to some of the other attacks against you. This is an ad by the Republican Party. Take a look.
Abdul Rahman Mohammed El Sayed, the most radical Senate candidate in America.
Pretty dangerous.
El Sayed pledged support for the leader of the Muslim Brotherhood, a designated foreign terrorist group.
Radical, dangerous. How do you respond?
Your opponent says that you're radical and dangerous. Yeah, of course he does. He's a Republican, dude.
We always knew they were going to.
He's going to lie about you. Like, what do you?
To use the...
They literally just showed a lie on air, and they're like, "Will you respond to this lie?" It's like
my full name in echoes to exactly what they did against President Obama. At the end of the day, it's not radical to believe that people should be able to afford their groceries. It's not radical to believe that you should have health care in this country. It's not radical to believe that you don't think the president should be able to deny elections or make $2.2 billion off of his role in office. It's not radical to believe that all of us should be able to breathe clean air and drink clean water. Those are the things that I've been fighting for. I believe in an America where all of us can come together to build together, government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Now, they're going to try and paint me as a certain thing, given my name, but I also think it's important for us to recognize that America has a long history of embracing. America is a lot bigger than very small people like Donald Trump or J.D. Vance or Mike Rogers want to make it out to be. And so I'm grateful for all that America has given me, and I'm grateful for the opportunity now to put myself out there and ask my fellow Michiganders for their stake in our democracy to be able to build an America that's more just, that's more equitable, that's more sustainable, that's more empowering, that's more American than the vision that Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Mike Rogers have for it.
Never, I mean never, introduce yourself
by saying your name.
Hi, my name is Sarah. Nice.
You know, you face scrutiny for campaigning with socialist streamer Hassan Piker, who has made a series of inflammatory comments, as you well know, including saying,
here we go.
For it.
You know, you face
American than the vision that Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Mike Rogers have for it.
You know, you face scrutiny for campaigning with socialist streamer Hassan Piker, who has made a series of inflammatory comments, as you well know, including saying America deserved 9/11, describing Hamas as a lesser evil than Israel. Do you plan to continue to campaign with Hassan Piker in?
By the way, Hamas is a lesser evil than Israel. If you look at the numbers of women, children, non-combatants that Hamas killed on October 7th, October 8th, versus how many citizens and non-combatants and everything that Israel killed, even using Israel's numbers, they've killed more people, which I don't trust Israel's numbers for anything, but they have still basically done an October 7th, like every month since this war started more than 2 years ago.
The general election campaign?
Look, I'm less concerned now with who I'm campaigning with, a lot more concerned about who I'm campaigning to. We got a lot of work to do to continue to build the coalition that's going to beat Mike Rogers.
Would you welcome him, though,
to
on the campaign trail with
like
you?
I said, I'm a lot more focused on who I'm campaigning to. So I think we have this notion sometimes on shows like this that we cannot or should not talk to certain groups of people. And I'll tell you that the 3 million people who listen to Hassan are people I want to make sure understand that there's a pathway into our politics around getting money out of politics so we can keep money back in pockets and pass Medicare for all. And so I'm going to continue to have the conversations with those folks who we desperately need to reach out to, just like I'm going to continue to have conversations with seniors in senior homes, folks up north, folks in Detroit, folks in Grand Rapids. So again, I'm a lot more focused on who I'm campaigning to rather than who I might campaign with.
I mean, that's all well and good. He did help you get over the line with the primary. And so I think giving him some recognition with that would help energize that base to get them out to drive more people phone banking, canvassing and stuff. So minor critique. He handled it better than some, but not as well as maybe I would have liked him to, in that and you know, this coupled with the statement that he made where they took clips out of context of Hassan Piker talking about Jewish Americans being wrongfully tied to Israel as a state. I think those two things coupled together are kind of disappointing coming from his campaign, but obviously he's still going to be a lot better than Mike Rogers. So, get out there, vote for him, help push the progressive over the line, because every progressive win helps.
When asked about Hassan Piker's comments on 9/11, Senator Bernie Sanders called it a dumb statement. Do you agree? Do you disavow those comments that America deserved 9/11?
Of course it was a dumb statement. And of course, I think Hassan himself would say that was a dumb statement. He disavowed it. So yes, America didn't deserve 9/11. But, to sit here and play gotcha politics with a dumb thing somebody said out of context that they disavowed themselves to say, oh, well, what does that mean about what you think? I want to be held accountable for what I say and what I do, rather than this idea that we're so stuck in cancel culture that all of us agreed was a bad idea back in 2020, but we seem to want to bring back.
We are out of time, but I have to ask you before I let you go, if you win, you will be the very first Muslim to serve in the Senate. What would that mean to you, Dr. El-Sayed?
I mean, they're obviously going to talk about like id poll kind of stuff. I think it's very telling that that's how she sees him first and foremost. That's how a lot of Democrats see him first and foremost. That's why you see them not supporting him. You had the Democratic consultant that helped with, I think Obama's campaign. I can't remember which one he was, but he's a famous Democratic consultant. And when he was talked about why he wouldn't vote for Abdul Al-Sayed, the first thing he said was, well, I grew up in a time around 9/11. What does that matter? He was like our age when we had 9/11. He was in like middle school when 9/11 happened. It has nothing to do with him other than the fact that he's Muslim, which is what Democrats, just like Republicans, see him as. They don't see him as a candidate that's pro-Medicare for all or his actual stances. They just, like with Jewish people in Israel, are trying to lump those two things together and make that his entire politics, and just ignore what he's actually saying his politics are. That's the disgusting and insidious part of this, is it's making a generalization about what somebody's ideas are based on their immutable characteristics. So I don't think he's going to push back on this because they're at the end of the interview, but the
Honestly,
question
I
itself,
really
I think, is disgusting.
It's more about what it means to America.
Well, there we
this is
go.
a place that some people want to define as a lot smaller than it is. I've been Abdul in Michigan my whole life, and I know that people are big-hearted and open-minded. That's the America I've always seen. And once again, Michiganders get to prove just how big-hearted and open-minded we really are against the small vision that people like Donald Trump want to perpetrate on us. So it really is about proving out the America that America has always been, this place that embraces people beyond differences in faith or ethnicity to come together around the ideals that bind us here.
Dr. Abdul Al-Sayed, thank you.
Right.
Let me follow up with you on that point. You've said, you've just reiterated that you would you face scrutiny for campaigning with socialist streamer.
It's funny. I hear you chatting a lot, but I don't see any links put up. You got a lot to say, but you don't have anything to back it up with. That's kind of interesting, isn't it? Chat. And when it comes time to actually put up, you shut up. I think that says more about you. Especially when you're arguing with a point that I agree with you on.
So very much
in general. But you're arguing it from a bad place. You're arguing it from misinformation. You're basically saying, I'm going to put out misinformation to combat information, which is just a bad way to go about it. Let's look at Hakeem Jeffries. We're going to... Yeah, it's not about my demands. It's about whether you can reinforce your argument with something real. I don't go off your vibes to form my worldview. The difference between you and I, dude, is that when you go about the world, you see something and you flutter about and you think, oh, that's going to change my mind. And I look at it and I go, is that correct? And then if it's correct, how does that change my worldview? And then you insert it. You don't just listen to some street preacher tell you that hell is real. And then you go, I guess hell is real because this guy's vibing over here and he tells me hell is real. Go find the actual proof for it. Now, one thing you could use to support your argument against Israel, because we're both arguing from the same standpoint that Israel is doing really bad things, that we shouldn't be funding them, we shouldn't be supporting them, is that they've killed 2/3 of all journalists that have died in the last year. In 2025, there's articles out about how many journalists were killed, and Israel killed the majority of them. You could use that in your argument to say, hey, there's not a lot of reporting on this genocide happening. Why isn't there a lot of reporting on it? Because Israel has plucked out the eyes of the reporters. Why would you kill reporters over and over and over again if you weren't doing something you didn't want reported to the world? That's an argument you can make. That's an argument that you can find articles for and back it up. Watch this. Committee for Protecting the Press, 129 press members killed in 2025. Israel's responsible for 2/3 of the deaths. You could use this to say, hey, there's not a lot of reporting, because when American journalists go over there, like, what was the one American U.S. journalist killed by Israel, who was shot by a sniper, by the way, who could clearly see that they were reporting, that they were a reporter because they're wearing a big press badge. Oh, Sharon Abu Hakim was a Palestinian-American journalist that was shot by the IDF by a sniper in 2022 at the start of this. and she was wearing all the right protective gear. She was wearing bright blue stuff, so the sniper could have seen that she's a reporter and still chose to shoot her. Now, you could use this and this to show it, but you see what I did is I made the argument and I backed it up immediately with these reports. What you're doing is making the argument and then just saying, trust me, bro, I don't have any articles to back it up. I don't have any supporting evidence that this is actually taking place, but just trust me. That's the difference. I'm saying that you're coming at this and making bad arguments. I want you to make better arguments for the same side that we're both fighting for, which is defunding Israel's genocide. I watch CNN and MSNBC because I'm reporting it to other people and analyzing their media, dude. You think that's my main source of news outside of this? First of all, I'm also bringing you Committee for Protecting Journalists. And, well, that's a Wikipedia article, but you can grab it from some other places like New York Times, stuff like that, Al Jazeera. But when we're looking at the news and we're doing news analysis, you look at other forms of news. I also watch Fox News, by the way. I'm critical of Fox News, but you watch it because you want to see what the other side is seeing. You want to see what liberals are looking at. You want to see what conservatives are looking at. And you want to understand why they're forming their worldview. Because if you don't understand why they're forming their worldview, you can't combat it properly. And that's the main issue that you have. Really hot in here. I kind of need that open. Especially when I'm streaming. Yeah, what I'm saying is you don't understand what's going on. You're equating people from the U.S. Foreign Legion and U.S. intelligence officers that are over there helping with boots on the ground. Boots on the ground means that we put shooters in places to shoot. The U.S. government didn't do that. People in the Foreign Legion essentially went over there and joined the IDF, and the U.S. sends subcontractors over there. This is what I mean. You're not listening, dude. I'm just gonna ban you. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I do know. I talked about it multiple times. You're the one not listening. You're the one not understanding, bud. The U.S. government sends informational contractors over there. They work with their foreign military. That's what the NDAA was us intertwining our intelligence agencies further. But you know what? Eat a timeout. Anyway, you ain't gonna listen. We ain't gonna have a conversation. All right, let's take a look at Jeffries talking about Hassan Piker. Notice that they will never once in this entire clip name what Hassan actually said. They'll just vaguely gesture at it.
On another important issue, Leader Jeffries, you issued a statement yesterday slamming what you called the malicious claim that American Jews are inviting violence against themselves as, quote, dangerous and anti-Semitic. Was that in reference to far-left influencer Hassan Piker and his recent very controversial comments?
Yes, those comments.
Notice, by the way, you won't see Hakeem Jeffries ever come out and talk about Republicans in public. He'll come out like once every 3 months and do it. But as soon as they have something for Hassan Piker, he comes out immediately like that.
Were dangerous, malicious, and anti-Semitic, and should not be tolerated by anyone in the public square.
And what did he actually say? Are they ever going to report on that? I would consider this journalistic malpractice if they don't report what he actually said that he's condemning.
What we've seen is a startling rise of hate crimes.
By the way, Wolf Blitzer, the person that he's interviewing, was directly paid by the Israeli government when he first was doing journalism.
All across the United States of America, but particularly in this.
And Hakeem Jeffries, one of his major beneficiaries in his campaigns, has been AIPAC. So these are both people bought and paid for by AIPAC, talking about Hassan Piker while vaguely gesturing at something that he allegedly said.
This moment directed against our Jewish brothers and sisters. And everybody, regardless of ideological perspective, should be willing to denounce this rise of anti-Semitic rhetoric, hate crimes, and bigotry, and actually try to move us to a society where we embrace everyone.
And yet he'll never condemn Israel for them tying to the Jewish people and then making more anti-Semitic issues by saying we act on behalf of all Jewish people when they do not, and doing a genocide. And then people see that genocide and they go, you're saying you're acting on behalf of all Jewish people. And then you give the Nazis talking points to basically say, look, they're doing the thing we said they're doing. If they didn't do that, if it was just a foreign nation, what other foreign nation would we ever give this kind of credence to, where we're going to have two state actors who both have taken money from that foreign agency, discussing it on air, and then hand waving away one person who says, wow, they're doing some really fucked up shit over there. What other country would we do this for? Because other countries aren't paying us enough to do this, apparently, for them. But they're paying enough to buy off a Democratic leader.
Even where there are differences on issues, be they foreign or domestic, the notion that people should be targeted.
I think that's enough, probably. I can go for 2 hours. All right, let's switch it over. Look at all right, let's switch it over and the mafia.
The driving. I was right. I was right when I found you. You know what I said? What did you say, Polly? I said, this guy can drive, Don Salieri. This is a guy who can drive. And here we are. Here we are. Right here. That's where we are. You put me to shame, Tom. Look at you. Now you're even some kind of race car driver. We all got our... You're doing real good since you joined the family, but you know you got it easy, right? Me and Sam, we keep the real stuff from you. That right, huh? You don't know what it's like. You get the call to see the Don and your minds race and then some bad shit, Tom. We're all in this together. I do what the Don asks when he asks it, just like you. You're like me, you can't just shut it down, blank it out like Sam does. Go home to whoever the hell he goes home to. Polly, you're drunk. You're gonna have to clam up for your own sakes. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Tom, I want to get with the lady. I'm not helping you with that today. Take me to the ladies. Take me to the Blue Tropics. I don't know. I ought to take you home.
I'm gonna grab some of those cars later.
Take the bridge over to the island. Take me to the ladies. Take me to those sweet patooties. I don't know. Taking you home seems more classy. Oh, Jesus, run! Home? Brought me home. Maybe that's, yeah, a good idea. Yeah, well, okay, I'm gonna.
Sweet dreams, tough guy.
I'm gonna. Yeah, I don't feel
Oh, he's
so
gonna
good.
puke in the car, man. No.
Hey, that's the call, Tom. You want anything else?
Nah, I'm heading home.
Hey, Tom, before you go, I ask maybe a small favor.
Sure, Luigi, what do you need?
Welcome my daughter home.
Sarah? Way I hear it, she doesn't need any kind of escort.
She's a tough. There's this pack of boys near her place. They're punks, you know, cattivi ragazzi. They talk blue, make advances. Sarah, she's gonna speak at the mind. But maybe she says something they don't like. Things get ugly. But if you working at home, this reminder these punks she's the Don's a goddaughter.
No problem, Luigi. I'd be honored.
Benny. Sarah, the time to close.
What's this then?
Tom's gonna take you home.
All right.
Hey,
She ain't happy
just
about
work here.
Make sure nobody bother you.
Fine. If it'll make you feel better, Pop.
Hey.
I'll see you tomorrow. Let me get my coat.
I'll wait for you outside. You okay?
I don't need anyone walking me home.
Hey, we were talking about meeting up tonight anyway.
I guess.
And you can quit worrying about what he's gonna think.
Not the point, Tom. He treats me like a kid sometimes.
Hey, I get it. He's protective. He's seen things.
We've all seen things.
God, I hope they don't do an
We
escort for a
gotta
while.
talk about you stealing food.
Hey, I cook it, so I get to say where it goes.
Ollie won't thank you.
Well, maybe tomorrow's finally gonna be the day he fixes his own breakfast. Could you knock on the door? Only got so many hands here.
Sarah! That for me?
Yeah, though it's not as much as last time.
It's enough. Nona thinks you're an angel.
The Don hates seeing food go to waste.
And this has gotta be Tammy. Sarah told us all about ya.
That right.
You're a famous race driver, Tom. Everyone talks about you.
Yeah, she's right. They do.
That weird picture in picture.
Well, anyways, don't let the cold in, Juliet. I'll see you at church.
All right. Have a great evening.
Night.
Buena noche, Tommy.
Hey, Mama! Your angel Sarah brought more food.
Let me see. There it is. Why? Okay. Got it figured out now. Wait. Weird that that's coming up. different. Is there like a game capture that's we do the display capture like that. Back over. I'll show most of it.
It's nice you do
We'll work with that for now.
That? Well, a lot of hungry people on this block.
Yeah. Well, it's a good night for a walk anyway.
Don't get yourself killed on my account, Tom.
I try to avoid it. Well, it's a good night for a walk anyway.
I can already see the red markers for the enemies.
Flowers for the lady, Signore?
Nah, we're good.
Now I don't get flowers?
When you let me take you on a real date and not some walk home for Luigi, then you get the flowers.
That could happen. If Pop's not gonna stop me seeing one of yous.
Ugh. This is why escort quests are the worst. Oh no, we really have to walk down this entire. They really did kind of, I don't know, I feel like they've stripped the worst parts of this game and they've elongated the play cycles that you don't like.
Darling? Are you stepping out on us?
Piss off.
Shooting's fun, driving's fun, but then they
the kitten doll face.
elongate those parts.
Let your boyfriend watch.
Or
What do you
these
say?
escort parts.
We
and
going
things
to
like
have
that.
trouble here.
Trouble started back when you tried to steal our girl, Chief.
You saps aren't careful. You'll end up in wooden overcoats. Last chance to walk away.
We ain't frails. We know who you work for. Salieri might have been the big six when he was younger, but he's all washed up now. It's only a matter of time before Morello punches his ticket.
I don't need Salieri. Or anyone else. Not for this.
Well, then let's see what you got, cake eater.
Where you going there, sweet cheeks?
Back off!
Billy Shrey? Some kind of dish?
Get away from me!
Looks like you was wasted on that greaser.
Open him up. Let's see some blood.
You're dead.
You're wasting your time. You need a real guy.
I'm not the kind of dick you mess.
Come on, there's enough of us to finish it.
Oh, whoops. Alright. That was easy enough. This guy, I feel like we wanna. Oop. We wanna do a little more damage here.
Get away from me!
Get away from me! Nah.
Really?
Nah, I won't.
Tommy!
My turn now. Hope you're better than your friends.
I have a straightforward fight loop, though. I wish there was a little bit more to this. Nah, there's no like perfect timing thing. Just kind of a, yeah, just kind of an over and over thing.
You son of a bitch.
You got a good right hook, I'll give you that. You're bleeding. Come up to my place. I'll take a look. Well, you gonna come in and take a load off, or what?
On the first date?
I'm wondering when you'd invite me up.
The bank's closed, Slugger. I'm just gonna patch you up is all. Now go sit down on the couch, roll up your sleeve. I'm getting my sewing kit. Doesn't look too bad. You need something for the pain?
No, I'm fine.
You don't have to do that.
What?
I can see it fucking hurts, Tom. You want to pretend it don't? Go ask Polly to staple you up.
What do you got?
Compliments of the Don. Take another. All right. You gonna grin and bear this?
Yeah, I'll be okay.
Good. Because I don't need the little old lady next door complaining to the super about all the racket.
Just be quick about it, will you?
It's gonna take as long as it takes. The sloppier the stitch, the uglier the scar.
That right. You stitched up a lot of fellas.
Just my father. Ma would really go after Luigi sometimes. He got pretty good at ducking dinner plates. So one day she stabbed him with her knitting needle. Right through the hand.
What for?
'Cause she was an ugly, jealous drunk. There. Not my best work, but it'll hold.
The scar will be something to remember you by, if nothing else.
You're staying over. Can't have you stumbling through the neighborhood pie-eyed. Not when them hoods are out looking for you anyways.
Yeah, okay. You got an extra blanket or something?
No. And the heat's out.
Thought she said the bank was closed.
Yes, though.
This can't stand.
Sarah's okay, boss. I took care of it.
She started working here before she could see over the bar. I don't have a daughter of my own, Tom. I'd do anything for Luigi's little girl.
So would I. We all would.
That's right, boss. Anything for Luigi and Sarah.
Do those bastards think this is fucking Luna Park or something? I'll rip them apart with my own hands.
Our business is protection. But who's gonna pay up when they learn we can't even protect one of our own as she walks home from work?
So what do you want us to do?
Teach these boys a lesson. Break every bone in their bodies. Put them in wheelchairs. Bust their faces up so bad, even their mothers can't look at them without screaming.
We know where they're holed up.
My friend on the force says we should start looking into Chinatown.
Then Big Biff will know something. Tommy, go to Vinny, get us some gear. Meet me at Biff's place.
Yeah, okay. Leave these punks laying in the street. I want everyone to know We do not allow mad dogs to run wild in our neighborhood.
You got it, boss.
Some of these sons of bitches could still be on our turf.
I'll check the neighborhood. Make sure they're gone while you see Biff. Good hunting.
Yeah, same. Okay, so when you're done with Vinny, come find me in Chinatown.
Sure.
Let's go bust some heads.
These punks showing disrespect. Where's the respect in the city contract? Guys calling
I think it's dead. Vinny. Probably a new weapon.
Hey, here for some heaters, Tom?
Nah, I'm already going and healed. Paulie and me, we gotta give a beating to some punks who've been on our turf. I don't want to pull this and piss in our own street. There's something to bust heads. That's all we need.
Sam turned over some guy's warehouse and, autographed by Babe Ruth himself, the guy said. I mean, that's horse shit, but they bust heads. Your punks won't have time for questions.
No, they won't. Thanks, Vinny.
Let's find a car, because anytime we get one, it should go to the garage for us. We boost a new car. Necessarily want a truck. I'm trying to find something fast. That ain't it. Like a decent one. We could do this one. Oh, we don't even have to. Okay.
Now, a news report on the rising crime figures and the reaction from the governor's mansion. The numbers state in black and white that crime is on the rise all over the state. Many commentators are blaming the rise in criminality, thievery, racketeering, and other gangsterism on the economic downturn and resulting social deprivation. There was a sharp increase in the number of gang-related incidents, and the chief of police was moved to create a gang task force, known informally as the Rat Catchers. But Governor Wells, who has suffered criticism for his handling of the increase in violent crime, thinks otherwise. He said, there can be no dispute that times are hard for many. Jobs are fewer and farther between. But that simply is no reason to bite one's thumb at the rule of law. In fact, I feel that adversity has the potential of forging a hardier individual and a more harmonious family unit.
About time. Come on, I'm wet through. Why Biff moved into this dump, I'll never know.
Give him a break. He's in love.
Ah, he got yellow fever the time we boosted the Shanghai skin flakes.
Well, I like him anyways.
Problem with you, Tom, you're always soft with the dames. Biff, you fat bastard. How you doing?
出貓老千，你爭我哋錢，將你身上所有嘅錢擺晒出嚟。
Dollface, great to see you. Call her off, Biff. We got business.
Upstairs, please.
冇用嘅廢柴。
So, what's the beef?
Need some information. Got some jokers causing trouble. They mess with Luigi's daughter.
Plenty of hoods around. You got any more?
One of them's a weasel named Billy. Pals with a prissy chump and a bruiser with a bald head.
Right, I know them. They're set up in the old service station a block over. They hawk some gear every now and then. Small time.
That's why I knew to come to you, Biff. You're good with small time.
Out the back, cross the street. You'll find them there.
Thanks. See you around.
Hey, Paulie. About that dough?
Relax. Just waiting for my guy to come through. It'll be next week. Just sit tight.
How's that back there? You and Biff got something going on?
Guy I know is bringing in a shipment of suits. Classy ones, Mexican.
You getting suits from Mexico?
No, idiot. The suits are boosted from a lockup downtown. The tailor is from Mexico. Originally, anyways, he lives in Holbrook.
Did Don know about this?
Yeah, he'll get his cut. You just keep this under your hat.
I guess I heard nothing.
You gonna know these punks when you see them?
Yeah. No, I guess if I don't, all we gotta do is find the other guys in Chinatown who look like we do.
There it is. Here's how we do this. I walk in and start beating people. You do the same. No shooters.
Take long thinking that one up.
Nah, this plane gets used a lot. I think we gotta go in through the side.
And what if they start shooting?
Telling you, nicest ass I've ever seen in my life.
Yo.
Oh, Billy, it's the guy from the other night. We gotta go.
Help me over here! He's there! One more! Son of... Got him! Let's do this! You bastard! Making you pay! Jesus.
It was basically the same sequence that we just did. They're using a lot of repetition of like not very fun game mechanics, to be honest. They have some fun game mechanics. They don't lean into them.
Get your ass behind something! We're gonna die here, you know that? Get your gun down! He made it serious!
You think I need telling? I go north, you go south.
What?
I go up, you go through there.
Okay!
I don't think we need to bother sneaking around anymore. Ooh, that's a big cinematic piece there. Oh, it's Polly.
You clear a path to Billy Town and get to that pump for all the other punks.
Everybody out of the inside there.
I'm running for cover!
How is he still good? Oh my god. I wish we had more ammo capacity. 3 clips is maybe realistic, but not great.
Everyone! Take those guys out! They're serious! Put them in the ground! You started this! Not us! Around the corner! Gonna throw bombs! More of these guys!
Alright.
Get off your sight!
Ah, we missed everything. Ollie, right? Oh, there's still one behind us, dude. No wonder. That's why we're dying. What was that? Who's a ghost? Holy moly.
Johnny, get down! Oh, come on, come on. Get us out of here! Shit, we gotta get to a car, Tom! Scram! Here, around the corner. Oh, careful, Tom. The road's a river.
Don't worry, I got this.
Here, around the corner.
We're down to first.
You ever seen guys pissed? Come on, before they move.
Oh shoot, I'm sitting in first still. Wonder I'm having trouble.
These guys, come on, we can't let them get away.
Nope, we need to be in first.
Around the corner. Come on, before they move. Come on, you're better
Bust
than
through it.
this. Come on, before they move. Here. They think you're gonna get away, huh? They ain't seen you drive like I have. Dumb son of a bitch just wrecked himself. Well, they're not walking away from that. Go on and pop him, Tom.
No. No, wait. Please. Please, I don't want to fucking die, man.
Christ, Tom. You can't feel sorry for these animals. A guy like this would plug you if you give him the chance. You gotta pull the trigger without thinking. Guess I'm out. This one's finished too.
Put your hands on the car, putting fingerprints in it.
Oh, Christ, Tom. Snap out of it. You remember what those guys wanted to do to Sarah?
Yeah. Just,
Hey.
I like how on
Get
this
out of
mission
here
where you
before the
kill
bulls
like
show up,
20
huh?
people on the way to this, you're like reservations about killing Alaska. It's like all those Bond movies where they were like, I can't kill the big bad guy even though I killed 20 of his henchmen on the way.
Area often gives out food to families. So God bless them.
Simple, straight.
Alright, it's getting late. I think we'll call it there.